Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going? Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me? Hey, how's it going, everybody? Market's about to open again in 5 minutes. Here's the daily chart. So in the daily, it looks like we're kind of grinding back up, but still testing lows. Today was an outside bar. Previous to, so maybe the next bar will give us some direction on where we're going, but in general, kind of choppy. Apparently, Apple's going up right now. Yeah, Apple up 5%. That might be a catalyst to help the market gap up. Got Apple just going to the moon. 5%, that's huge for Apple. So maybe look for a little gamma squeeze up on open, but we'll see. Looks like the Qs are going up too right now, so I expect a gap up on open. So I expect this to be kind of a wild open given that information. Hey, how's it going? Market's about to open in a minute. Apple's currently ripping to the upside. Q's following it. Expecting the market to gap up from where it closed. Yep, it did.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Lot of wackiness going on. Probably got in a little early, but I still like this move to the upside. I'm not asking for a lot, really. So
Order filled. Order submitted.
not good. Still think it's alright. Got a little aggressive. That's a problem when you form biases. They don't always work.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
Alright, we're long. Apple QQQ was ripping and after hours, and I thought that was going to continue. And we did gap up, but I guess we kind of rejected. Trying to get out with a few ads. About 1,000 in the red right now. Looking to get a pullback, at least back up a little ways, maybe not all the way, and go from there. Otherwise, if this doesn't start turning around, I will have to get out of this position.
Order filled.
Back
Order
one off the
filled.
table. As quick as we popped down, we could pop a pretty quick up. Guess I didn't really think about this thought process when I was buying long, but market gapped up. I don't know why it was going up after hours, but future market was closed. What do we want to do? Fill the gap. And that's what happened, and I guess it did a little bit more than just fill the gap off that selling pressure that maybe got people to go short. So this could be an interesting reversal right back all the way up. Maybe continuation, maybe not. We'll see. See if we can get past this 400 level. Mervoski, hey bro, hey, what's up man? Mad Moxie, hey, how's it going? Anybody in any trades yet tonight? So 404 is probably going to hit pretty quick, but I'm trying to get this closer to break even.
Order
So,
filled.
back to break even. Hey, what's up, man? So we're back to even. We were just down 1,000. So kind of a little crazy open, but looks like we're pushing up. I think we'll fill that order at 16. I'm not too worried about it. JR, watching you both with Tiger. Well, hopefully Tiger's doing well. I used to kind of watch Tiger when nobody watched my stream as well when I was streaming, but it's kind of hard to, you know, think for myself, uh,
Order
stay engaged
filled.
with you guys and trade. So if y'all tell me what Tiger's doing, I that's probably the only way I know. Back to one contract, up about 350. Um, so on 5 of these accounts, I just need to trade. Basically, I don't really need to make anything, so I'm going to
Order submitted.
close. Just cancel it. And then I need to edit my
Order
trade
filled.
copier. I'm gonna hide screen for 1 second. I just want to make sure. Well, actually, I can test that by doing this. Alright, we're good. It would have told, I was just trying to make sure there's no orders left in the market. It would have told me if there was, so. Good. So that's done for the day. Made 350. And now we can trade this account some more. Try to see if I can't add one.
Order submitted.
Is Trump on live right now? Does anybody know? Yeah, I get you. It's less distraction too, but yeah, just watching. I only trade New York sessions. I'm trying to pass my first ever eval, and I only need 500. Yeah, I mean, once you have your goal for the day, or like the account's passed, and you just have like certain objectives to meet. Um, there's no reason to do more than that. You're just gonna possibly lose what you just got, and that's kind of stupid. Um, so, yeah. So that was a interesting open. Was down to a little over 1,000 at one point, and made it all back and up 340. So probably not the best risk to reward, but it worked out. I'm gonna move this down. If we do come back, we might miss it completely, but there's a chance we come down and try to kind of fill this liquidity of this going up really quickly. And a pushback to VWAP, which that VWAP's off, but excuse me. Kind of the logic of moving that down. We are testing this up here. If we don't break down, there's a chance we come back down to. There's really no rush for me to try to get in up here. I don't think. All the EMAs in the 1 minute are kind of converging around 23,406. So I think that would be a fair place to enter where those EMAs are. Especially when I got out. Yeah, I probably got out at around that or a little higher, actually. Actually, a little higher. But that doesn't. It still got out, so I should try to find a good place to get back in, not just get in just because I was in. Mervowski, God bless you. Well, thank you. I did sneeze. Thank you. And we might miss it. It could just rip up right here, and it very well might, but it's okay. Probably a good chance of us going up. I don't know. Anybody know why Apple was going up? Apple was up like 5%. I don't know why they went up so much today. Looks like a lot of it happened after hours. I don't know. Oh, after hours they went. So they went up 5% today and 4.5% after hours. So almost 10%. That's a lot of money. Um, Apple's a $1 trillion company, and if they just market cap went up 10% in a day, that's crazy. So that's essentially a lot of money being created. JR, I tried passing the Apex account in one day, and earlier I made 2.5k on my 50k. I was so tempted to go in the trade again after I got out to make the remaining 500, but I was like, nope. It always end up bad ending at the end. That's why I didn't trade. LOL. Yeah, I feel that. Uh, he made the formal announcement at 5 p.m. EST. Formal announcement for what? Looks like we're remaining.
Order
I'm gonna try
submitted.
one. I don't know. Like, it's all tariff stuff. Like, shouldn't this be bad? Apple, Trump administration. President Apple announces additional 100 billion investment in the U.S. I mean, for Apple, that's not very much money, but that's cool. Mr. Trump intends to meet in person with President Vladimir Putin in Russia as next week. Mr. Putin, the president of Ukraine, Mr. Trump told European leaders it was not immediately clear if Mr. Putin had agreed to Mr. Trump's plan. So I guess they're just like, it's just optimism, I guess. Maybe between the investment from Apple into America, some Russia-Ukraine deal maybe, who knows. Oh, a lot of orders here on the book map. Looks like supporting it at the 30. I shouldn't say a lot, but a fair bit. 60 some. But so far so good on this push. We are getting close to a high of day from the previous session at about 51. We're not terribly far from that, really.
Order submitted. Order filled.
I'll put one on long here, see what happens. I'm gonna move this one down though. A little bit. And it's funny, like I just went in and like as soon as I went in, it's probably would have filled that order. Maybe not. Looked like it was going to, and then some volume came in, so we'll see. Kind of tricky for Asia. Normally, you don't have these. Had some moving Asia lately, both today and yesterday. Yesterday was an extreme sell. Well, for Asia was a pretty extreme sell-off, and then we ended up gathering support and ripping, and then I wouldn't say it was an extreme sell-off today, but we had a sell-off, and then ripped all the way back, and now we might break out from Asia session high. And that's why I moved to and just bought it. I was like, well, I'd rather buy here than buy it at when we're breaking. I don't know. Maybe waiting until break wouldn't be horrible. Do a set limit buy, but I just figured it'd be better to buy now than for this to buy the break and for it to reject potentially, which is possible. We got orders coming in on the short side. We got support at 30 and 40 and 45. We have some selling blocks that aren't too big, but they're there. You guys in any trades yet tonight? I never tried this AI move, but AI thing. But let's try it. Well, kind of worked. Apple announced a $100 billion investment in the U.S. manufacturer, which boosted the tech sector and overall market. Other tech firms, Microsoft, Nvidia, blah blah blah, saw gains due to continued demand for AI cloud computing. Yeah. McDonald's reported strong quarter results and announced expansion plans, so that's pretty good. I'm assuming that was announced today, probably after close. Shopify exceeded expectations as tariffs didn't impact the company as much as anticipated. Easing concerns about inflation and interest rates. Investor sentiment. Yeah, that's actually pretty useful. Maybe the next time I'll just come here instead of trying to search the news. Probably could use some verification and whatnot, but that's pretty good. What do y'all think? Would y'all use the Google AI for something like that? Looks like we're breaking out right now. To the long side. Testing, about to test the high from New York session. We broke it. We're up 10. My graph is not. Alright, I'm sorry. My desktop, it lost connection. So, that was good.
Order filled.
At 59. And buy back at 52.
Order submitted.
And it might not happen. And probably keep running. Yeah. But I don't want to get greedy. Like, I'm in a good place. It did well today. Already up 870. And we did see earlier that even though we had good news, we still gapped down. And I'm guessing my analysis on that is because we gapped higher and the sellers just wanted to close that gap, and then it got carried away a little bit. But just because there's good news doesn't mean we don't go back down. And we did break the high, so I wouldn't be against the market coming down to kind of retest the high of the day. That's also not a bad logic. You missed this little pump here of breakout, market come back down, retest the high, and we continue maybe. Little thought right there. What do y'all think about something like that? You think that's likely or no? If you guys are liking this content, I would appreciate a like on the video and a subscribe. Try to grow the channel a little bit, get more people hanging out here with us at night. Looks like we have a little bit of resistance here at the 70. Tigers. Yeah, I saw somebody said they're doing that. I don't want to say people are liars, but are they doing that in real accounts? Are they doing that on live accounts? Are they? I don't know. I don't think. Let's just do the math. There's no reason to 35, not 25, 35 times $20. That's only $1 movement in the asset. $700 a point. And if the market goes 20 points against you, that's $14,000. And I realize the market could go in your favor 20 points too, but there's at least a 50% chance you're gonna. I mean, what's your stop? I mean, unless you have a huge account, what's your stop loss? Mad Moxie, of course they are lying. I mean, I don't want to call anybody a liar, but it doesn't seem really realistic or like, especially if they say they're prop trading. Like, I don't, not very many props allow that much contracts, and unless you're trading in like a personal account with like an insane amount of money, like it seems wild. But if they are and if they're crushing it, great. I mean, more power to them. I'm happy for them. I'll have to mute the chat. Yeah, I don't blame you. You don't have to. I'll do it. LOL. Do you guys think we maybe get a little push back down to the 50 level where we kind of broke out from essentially like kind of the high day from the New York? Or do you think we just kind of keep ripping? I like the idea of testing it. I guess we haven't really saw any sort of price action to like justify it happening.
Order submitted.
You don't have to do it, I'll do it. Oh, hard to get long up here for sure. I mean, it is, but like, it is also like, trend is your friend. Like, we gamma squeeze, maybe we keep gamma squeezing. I mean, eventually, yeah, every market comes down, but when that is, I don't know. And kind of be like one of those things where potentially we do this little zigzag, come down, we'll fill orders, reject, come up, and maybe break out more. If not, come down. I mean, I don't know. We at least go back down to this 50 level. looking a little bearish right now, but I don't know. Not sure it's worth the market fill rate of just pushing a button and getting in. I say if we're gonna short, kind of be like me, put an order at 78, somewhere up there a little ways. And if it fills, cool. If not, cool. I don't know how much I'd really be asking for this short. It's probably not the smartest idea. Because it's probably going to be a challenge to break the 65 level. It'll probably happen, but I don't expect it to, like, if my short was to get filled at 78, I wouldn't just expect the market to go like flying all the way down to 50. Yeah, exactly. You say that and then it'll rip. And if you look at the 1 minute, like, there's a strong argument that we are in pattern to go up again right now. And that would probably include breaking 78 and yeah. Although we'd have gotten more red from this pullback than the other ones. So maybe it's actually decent. It probably would have been a good short. I mean, I could have market entered and it would have worked out. That being said, I still didn't do it. So remember I sold at 59 roughly, and I put an order for 51 or 52. So maybe that gets filled. Maybe it doesn't. But I like the idea of the market coming back and testing the breakout of the day at that 49 or something level. 50 roughly. Oh, actually it was like at 54. 50, I don't know. 52. But so we'll see if it does that. If it doesn't, no harm, no foul. What are you guys looking at market-wise tonight? Are you looking at just NASDAQ or anything else? And any trades or anything so far? And this news could be interesting for the market. Overall, this could be some sort of bullish catalyst the market needed, maybe, to continue higher. I don't know why these are down here, so ignore that. Joy, good evening, sir. Hey, how are you doing? Hope everything's going well. I don't know why these are here.
Order cancelled.
I don't know why these are here. They just came out of nowhere. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to see what I can do about that, but I want to be able to see my accounts. Alright, 1 second, guys. I don't know what it was doing, but it had like weird orders that I didn't place, and it wasn't canceling them out, so yeah, I played around with some things that got them to go away eventually, so I don't know why they were there though. Good old Ninja Trader.
Order submitted.
Put my order back at 52 like I had it. Anyone full porting tonight? Doing like 20 contracts long, 50 contracts? Trying to make that money? Don't recommend. Anybody in any trades whatsoever yet? Order got moved up. Never on sim. I'm at hockey practice with a young lad, just a bystander tonight. Oh well, nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it's good not to be in the markets. So keep in mind, if I didn't sell where I was, yeah, price moved up. But if I would have held the whole time, it would have been worth the same anyways, because we're right back to where when I sold. So holding forever is not always a good thing. Oh, tired. Little push down, see if we can't break that 55 zone. If we can, I think there's a good chance my 52, my order to buy at 52 will get filled. Ugh. I'm not sure if that's going to be the best long in the world. We'll have to see. It could go either way. Just because we could be... no, no. Kind of one of those things. Are we finding support just to come all the way back up and potentially break out again? Kind of a descending wedge, almost looking like on the 5
Order
minute.
filled.
Just got filled at 52. So keep in mind, I wasn't along. I sold at 59 roughly, so not horrible. Got out and got back in for essentially 7 more ticks profit, or 7 points, not ticks. 28 ticks. Already up 5 points on that trade. This could be a nice little retest scenario and bounce up like I was kind of saying and hoping we would do. Those order blocks everything looks good so far. Now I don't know, now they're doing weird shit. I don't know. Moving these orders around a lot. Not a huge fan of that, but go back to this.
Order submitted.
See if we can't fill. I like it to the long side from here, but I also don't like what they're doing with these orders down here, so
Order filled.
maybe we're coming back down. I don't know.
Order
That was only
submitted.
like 7 or 8 points, but over $100 still, and made it in a few minutes, so not bad. Lowest scalp. Because remember on NQ, 1 point is $20, so that was like 7, 8. That's 140, 160 bucks. If you can find these little setups like that, and not even really hold it for a long. Not saying you shouldn't hold it longer. You probably should. You're gonna do well. Should have, full ported it like some of these other people with 35 contracts, apparently. Not sure how you fill 35 contracts when there was only 37 traded in that one bubble right here. And you're not just trading by yourself, you're trading with all of us. I'm not sure how you would get filled there, but apparently people are. I'm not sure if they traded that one, but you guys that have been here know that someone's in Discord apparently is full partying at like 35 contracts. A bunch of people. Don't know. I guess if they're prop firms, you don't actually have to get filled, but yep, now it looks like we come right back down. Not as much support on the bottom this time, so hopefully we don't just like flush. I don't know. See what happens. That energy drink's not working. So we're trying to get a little push down here. Can and will we fill 52? Looks like we will, but maybe not. Really not a lot of orders on the level 2 at all right now, which it looks like a bunch just got put back. I don't know what they're doing. Looks like more got put back on. But when there's so little orders in the market, it's not hard for the market movers that are just market buying and selling to move the market pretty drastically. Up about 1K already for the night in the account, so that's a win. And yeah, I was down 1K at one point, but at least I'm up the same amount roughly. Little spike back up here. See if we can't get past this 6770 level. So 64 contracts just traded in that bubble. Decent size. Nothing crazy though. You could see a little bit of looks like we might push through. Yep. looking like we could just push. That's a lot of volume. But the tricky thing when it comes to volume, every one of these orders bought here, somebody was selling it there too. What are their intentions, those people selling it? And that's the hard thing sometimes. The people selling it want the market to go down. And now, see, now it looks like it want to go down. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now we have his orders coming down and moving all over the place, so that's always fun. Alright, we're just being patient, guys. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this weird orders being moved up, down, and all over the place. Either tells me they're trying to push the market down, or they're worried about their orders getting actually filled, maybe? I don't know. So maybe they don't actually expect the market to keep going down, but they're trying to make the market go down. That's my guess. I don't know. Yeah. Trying to make the market go down and most likely continue to the long side. Just gonna wait. a 15-minute graph. 5. So maybe we're cupping and handling back up. But maybe we're either looking for rejection up here or continuation. We can either continue, go higher, reject, come back down here. My opinion, probably gather some buyers and move back up, and then from there decide if we're going to go back lower or go higher. The high of today's session, this 81 and a quarter. So that would be an area for sellers to potentially want to short this market down. And the opposite for buyers to try to break it to the upside. So we shall see. Just don't feel like this is a good spot to really get in for either direction. If I was short biased, I would prefer to get a little higher, especially since we have decent momentum, it looks like. And if I was long buying now, I'm just assuming we break out. Suppose you could do that with a low, I don't know, maybe a stop loss of 40 below VWAP. That's 30 points. I like the idea of getting in at 50 and around 50 and maybe buying VWAP and averaging and going from there. Assuming we get some sort of reaction, we would get some sort of reaction at VWAP most likely, even if short-lived. You guys seen anything in the markets? Looks like ES got a little higher, is a little ahead of NASDAQ on testing the high, and they have not broken out. I wouldn't really say they rejected completely either, but if ES starts rejecting, NASDAQ is still here, that might be a valid trigger to go short on NASDAQ, even though they're different markets. They kind of tend to go together, so If ES doesn't push, I wouldn't imagine NASDAQ does. Yeah. Mm.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
For like a 10-point drop. I don't like when they do this crazy stuff where they're moving this all over the place. It makes me think they're not serious. They don't really want to get filled, and maybe the market will just target up to it. But I don't know. Looked like a decent short. I don't know if I'd hold it all the way to the 52 level of where I would like to buy, maybe for the support of that, but I think we could get low 60s, high 50s. It's a nice realistic target for taking some profit on that. Even now, I mean, almost 4 points. Not very big. Try to aim for at least 5 points. But it's a mini contract, so 5 points is still $100. Maybe 95 or 97 after fees, something like that. What do you guys think of this little short trade that I'm in? I'm not asking for a lot, but what do you all think? Dumb or no? Orders keep coming up and disappearing. Obviously, they have no real intention of getting filled, but they still might be incentivizing the market to go down. Maybe tricking AI, tricking the computer. I don't know. Tricking people. I have no idea, but it does seem like the orders come and go, and when they come and get close, sometimes we do push down a little bit. I don't know, maybe some of those got filled. 19. There was a 12 lot that got bought and a 10 lot that got sold. So a lot of volume right there. See if I can't just take this. This looks like some
Order
support.
filled.
Filled. So about 9 points. Not bad. 9 points. Just shy $200. Maybe it was 8 points. I don't know. 160, 180. Either way. Nice little trade. For the long, I would like a little bit more of a dip, but it could work here too. Well, not sure if everyone's been here the whole time, but market opened. I saw Apple and mainly Apple gapping up. They were up 5% on the day, and then they're up 5% after hours already tonight. So my kind of logic was based on Apple, one of the biggest companies there is, in all these funds, that would probably entice the market up. So I did buy on open, and we ended up gapping up, but rejected down. I averaged down and then got out of it as it was going back up for a profitable DCAing basically in and out for about 350 or something, 380, and then I held one through the to 59. Sold. The market went up a little higher to 70, and my logic was selling at 59 that I expected the market to come back down to 50-ish. To kind of test support of that breakout high a day that we broke out of. We have gone down and tested that breakout at like 52 level. I bought at 52, but I sold around 58, 59. And yeah, I saw that opportunity to go short around 68, and I did. Sold that for around 60 for maybe another 8 points. So just kind of scalping this little action. We will probably have a larger move at some point. But right now we're kind of chopping around, so if you're not trying to guess the larger move, wouldn't it be a horrible idea to just try to scalp the market for 10 points, 5 points, 8 points, whatever you can get. Probably not like a point or two. That's not really worth it. If you can only if you think you only get a point or two out of the market, it's not really worth it's not really worth the risk of the trade. That's kind of silly, personally. But if you're risking 5 points, 4 or 5 points, that's pretty good. I mean, it's 1-to-1. Pretty much all my scalps were in my favor the whole time, so that was nice. So yeah, that's kind of where we've been at tonight. I wouldn't mind buying that 52 level again. There are a lot of orders there right now. I'm not sure if those orders actually are going to get filled or not. They could maybe act as support this time and not get filled. So we'll see. Um, but yeah, if tonight has maybe, not that I'm a financial advisor, but has kind of maybe shown you something or you learned something or helped you, I'd appreciate a like on the stream and subscribe if you're not already. Gonna be doing this probably not every night, but hopefully most nights, and um, with your support, hopefully we can try to grow this channel to be a little bit larger and have a little bit more engagement from the chat and maybe more people and bounce ideas off each other and be beneficial for everybody. Um, but yeah, just kind of waiting right now to see where we go. If I had to pick a direction, I would probably pick long right now. I think we could gather some support here and go maybe to the 70s, 80s. But I personally am not going to bet on it. I'm up almost 1,200 on this account right now, and it's only 7:30, so that's like $800 an hour. Uh, so that's proof that you don't have to be in a trade at all times to really to get somewhere. You can just take a few smart trades and you can do well. You don't have to be in the market at all times. We might be in a little chopping zone, so until we break out beneath 50 above the high, around maybe, I think it's at 70, I wouldn't expect the market, we're at this high of 80 and this support here at like 52. But you could even say VWAP 40. We're in this zone, and until we kind of break out of it, I don't know what we're, I assume bullish just based off the news and everything, but there's also fear in the market too after, last week, even though we've recovered mostly. It doesn't have to go up more. But I would be, even regardless of this news that came out today, I would be more on the bullish side. I think this news should just hopefully act as a catalyst to make us not maybe go down as much, or to make the process a little easier of going up. But I don't. So here's a daily chart. It's not really that, you think about it. Yeah, those big candles, but it's not that crazy, Like, we've been going up. This was a period we consolidated. We grinded up slowly, made some progress, rejected that in one day, then rejected back down to what? Support. The last level of real support. Now, the next day, we took back 100% of what we lost the previous day. The next day, we went red half amount, so we found some support from the previous candle at about halfway. Today, we gathered all of that back, and now after hours, we're up. This could be the classic, everyone freaks. All the institutions buy up all these orders, and all the retail sells scared shitless, and the market goes all the way back up to new all-time highs. Then retail buys it, push the market up, and then guess what? The cycle continues probably. Institutions sell. They sell the shit, it comes back down. And then they probably buy it right back up. So these little rough patches, I mean, as hard as it can be to trade, the by no means has the chart did it tell us before this was here that sorry, I can't get that green bar to go away, that the market had to keep going down. When we see that, we should be looking, oh, why did the market come down to this much? And when it closed, it actually came back up a good, I don't know, maybe 20%. So that's a little bit of a wick on the daily. I mean, that's not horrible. It's not like it closed pushing in the red. Just kind of my thoughts on the market in general. In general, thoughts on the market can be beneficial to have in the back of your mind with day trading. Kind of like my analysis on why I thought we would go up. And initially, the market did break up. It just didn't. It filled the gap down, and then it broke a little bit further. So not the best outcome, but it did happen, just not in the order I thought it would. So yeah, I'm just waiting for some sort of entry. Broke higher. Failed to go any higher. We're now consolidating in this range. We might consolidate for a while. We might not. Eventually we break this range, we go lower, or we go higher. You guys can place your bets either way. Trade the chop. Play the breakout. And you maybe even only play the breakout one direction. Maybe you don't like the trade to the downside. I don't know if I really like a breakout trade to the downside personally, but you don't have to trade that one. You could say, I'm only going to trade it if it breaks out long. And if it breaks out short, you just don't trade it. If that's the type of strategy you have, that could work. Not everybody likes too short. And unfortunately, shorting a breakout can be hard because it could break the 52 level. You get in at 45 because it flushed, and then VWAP's at 44, and maybe we go down to like 43, and you're like, oh, we're going to keep tanking. But what happens? Rejects it and goes right back up, and we're now at like 60 again, like we are now. So I would probably be more confident with a long breakout. Maybe even like I think it's called a stop limit buy, where you put a buy order at a certain price, and once the market gets to that price, the computer automatically puts a bid order to buy. So you get filled at that level basically. So put one at like 85 or something. We get to 80. So maybe we break out, get over 80, more than a couple points. We gamma squeeze up. 85 goes to 95 pretty quick or something. Maybe. That might be better than just waiting for it to get there and cooking market order, because we all know when these markets start pushing either direction, it can happen so quick. Your fill's going to be absolutely horrible. And depending on what platform you have, you might even be able to set in stop losses to be automatically. So when that order gets filled, it's a 10-point stop loss or whatever. You might even be able to have take profits built in where you take profit for, it could be a 1-to-1 trade, maybe like 10 points stop loss, 10-point profit, or maybe you just hold. I mean, if it's breakout, hopefully the hope is more than 10 points, but it is Asia, so it might not yield 20, 30, 40 points. Just kind of some thoughts. Y'all like any of those concepts of mine, or ever trade any concept like that? And this is kind of, I think, when the market starts to do this stuff is where people start to get in trouble. Maybe flip your biases. 1 second you want to be long, the next second you want to be short. And that can be hard, especially if you're over leveraged. I remember, what was it? I calculated it earlier. 35. Someone was saying in someone's Discord they were in 35 contracts, which, how you get in 35 contracts during Asia, I don't know, but at one price level, that's not easy. Well, in a sim environment, maybe. 35 times 20 is each point being worth $700. So 5 points is 3,500, if I'm doing my math right. Yeah, 3,500. 10 points is $7,000. 20 points is 14,000. Like, in the prop world, I mean, for one, not very many prop firms give you 35 accounts, or 35 contract size, but I mean, that's just crazy. You'd be blowing, like, if you're not really bottom ticking, top ticking it, I mean, you would just blow up accounts. And if personal funds, like, I mean, okay, I hope we have a very large account size, because a 40-point move in the market is pretty normal. That's $28,000 a 40-point move in the wrong direction. And yes, everything could go in the right direction too. It works both ways, but you know, the mindset of just being able to lose 28K, it's woof. Like, especially when I can't say that this like, yes, there's a good setup here, but like, is it really that good of a setup? Probably not. I liked the buying at 52 setup that I did. I just didn't hold it very long. So I just scalped it for like 7-8 points. But yeah, we're just still just kind of hanging out here. Let me change the graph. Technically, high, low, lower high, higher low, and if this is a lower high, I mean that's not like not saying that's a lower high yet. I mean we could keep going, but not the strongest. But we just had a nice move to the long side. I would expect continuation, but maybe not. Maybe we need a maybe some sort of retracement back to VWAP at 45, and that's why I would be was a little careful to want to be like getting long in the 60s. I feel like you just trap yourself. Whereas if I buy at 52, I could buy again in the 40s, and I have a decent chance of averaging out. Uh, and it's just one contract. It's not taking. I wouldn't. I'm not trying to go for like 5 contracts and just go ham on it. Just it could work, yes, but I don't know if that's worth it. I think this is the my funded futures account, so it needs a profit target at 12,000. Should be over 10,000 right now. So I'm close, and like, yes, the thought of like doing a irrational trade like that just to get the dollar amount, yeah, sounds nice, but it would only be nice if it worked. It'd be really shitty if it didn't. So close, do something stupid like that and lose it, be pissed. Have you guys ever done something like that where you're maybe you're close, really close to passing a challenge? I don't want to say like a dollar amount because it's different for each size of account, but essentially you're really close to passing, whether a few hundred on a smaller account or a few thousand on a large account, and then you try to get aggressive to pass and you end up just failing. Had a quiet group tonight. No one's saying anything in the chat. So we got a little push down. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Um, little push down. See if we can't fill that 52 level and kind of go from there. Looks like I was really close. Um, so we will see if that gets filled. I don't know why it wouldn't. Super, super close, but let me not share that on that computer. It's like, this might get filled. We're very close. We'll see. Profast guy, hey Nick, how you doing? Just got here. Too dang busy. Won't be here long. Going to bed very soon. Been tired all week. You take that long at open? Yeah, I
Order
did
filled.
take the long at open, and it was rough at first. I was 1K in the red, but I averaged in, averaged out, did pretty well. So yeah, and then I took that long all the way to 59. Um, the market ended up going to 80, but I took profits at 59. Then I went back to 52. I bought here, sold here for a quick little scalp up, about 7 points. No, almost 8 points. 7.5. Then up here, I took a short at 68 to 60. So another 8 points. And now I'm back at 52 long, and we shall see. So that 52 could act as support, kind of like it did last time. Or maybe we go take a lower low. I could see the VWAP at 45 wanting to get touched, maybe. We'll see. Wouldn't it be a horrible ad
Order
location?
submitted.
Try to add at a meaningful location and not just randomly. We are going a little lower right now, but we're still basically around my entry price. Kispec, hey everyone. Profast guy, heck yeah, nice trade. Thanks, man. Worked out well. If we touch VWAP, I will try along there. Yeah, I think that would be a good entry place. I took the initial off this last resistance. Or support, I should say, not resistance, support. There was a huge order block there before initially when I took that, and that was kind of my thought of A, there was a huge order block there, and two, it was also the breakdown, or that was the high of the day for New York, was 52, like 52-ish area. So my thought was we would return back to that price to test it, and we did. This is Bookmap, so yeah, a lot of orders at the 45 area and some beneath it. I'm sad I missed the open. That was cray. Nice move up. Yeah, it was. So kind of like the um, I know I've already said it. The reason why I wanted to move up was that Apple was gapping up on $100 billion investment in the U.S. It sounds like maybe some other reasons too, but it was up 5% after hours, and it was up 5% on the day already. So 10% between the two. Um, Pretty big move for one of the largest companies in in these indexes, the SPY, the ES, the Nasdaq, all these markets that we are actively trading. That's one of the bigger pieces of it. I expected the market to take that news and to, you know, not just for Apple to go up by itself, but the markets as a whole. And obviously, if Apple, a large company, is up 5%, that doesn't mean ES or Nasdaq is going to be up 5%. But even if it's just 0.05, that's still 0.13% on the Nasdaq at current levels is a 30-point move. So 0.076 is 15 points. So even if it's just you know a small amount of that gets carried over, it's still a good bit. Um, so yeah, we will see in the trade. I was waited patiently to get in it. I didn't rush into it, so we'll see what happens. I don't hate the idea of scalping out again and trying to maybe wait for a VWAP touch at 45, but definitely not going to get out of it this early because it'd be a pointless trade. Could see maybe profit taking. Well, it's one of two approaches. I either say I'm taking this to make a new long and I just hold it and don't sell, or maybe I sell at like the 67 or something, like 15 points. That's $300. I mean, that's good money if it filled. Um, Sometimes you gotta weigh that, like, well, yeah, if it goes up 50 points, that's a lot more money than 15. But what are the odds of those two happening? I don't know. I think there's a good chance we go up 10, 15 points. I'm not sure if we go up 50 points from here. Um, Profast guy, Trump said that Apple and Nvidia will be exempt from the tariffs due to the massive investment com- commitment in the U.S. Oh, that's interesting. That Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It kind of sounds like a similar deal that we made with Japan, I think, last week. They are. It was either reduced tariffs or like no tariff. I don't remember, but it was because they are investing in America, basically. So it is interesting to see these deals come through and the market respond pretty positively to them. So um, I guess the market is happy that they're able to come up with a solution basically to this problem that they were scared about. And it makes sense. I'm not gonna talk too politics wise, but you know, why would Trump or why would any active president want to destroy the economy? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't. What would they gain from that?
Order filled.
VWAP just got filled. Let's see what happens.
Order submitted.
Put my sell at 52. That would make my average price 45. And that is what I'm saying. So, my initial buy was not bad at 52. But imagine if I had 35 contracts at 52. 52 times, or I'm 35 times 20. 700 times 7 points. We just dipped pretty quick. That would have been 4,900 in the red, and that wasn't a very big dip, really, from 52. It's only 7 points. Like, that's insane. And at that point, when you're at 35 contracts and you're taking it all at once, I mean, I don't know how much really room you got to DCA in and out. I mean, that's crazy. Were you really going to double 35 and go to 70? I mean, and then you do that. Plus another calculator. You do that, and now you're at 70 times 20. It's $1,400 dollars per point. You go down just another same 7 points. 9,800 plus 4,900, and that's almost 15 grand. Because you started with 35 contracts and you DCA'd.
Order filled.
And yeah, you could DCA and it works out like it just did for me, and my order got filled, and now my price is at 45, and I'm only risking one contract still. But imagine having an average person really putting 35 contracts in. Eventually, you're just gonna get burned. Is my point. Or your entries are gonna have to be so perfect, and your stop losses are so tight because it's just not gonna work. And then you get to a point when you're trading real accounts and you have a stop loss of 35, and then whenever it gets filled, you just push the market lower because 35 contracts all hitting the market at the same time during Asia, that's gonna wick. So yeah, anyone who's trading that many contracts, especially during Asia, that's just out of your mind, especially on one account. Let me catch up on some of these. Apple to produce iPhone and Apple Watch cover glass in the U.S. 450,000 jobs, 79 U.S. factories. All iPhones and Apple Watch covers cover glass. What the heck? I just realized I have my over-the-ear on one ear and AirPod Pro in the other, and listening to your stream on iPad and laptop, LOL, with a small delay. What the hell? That's funny. Alright, so yeah, I mean, positive news tonight, and it'll be interesting if the market can take that and go higher, especially when we look at where we are at in the grand scheme of things. Let me go to the daily chart. This is the daily chart, and we looked at this already, but we'll go over it again. I see there's some more people here, so if you like this content, please like and subscribe. Try to be here not every night, but most nights. Um, Last week, Thursday, Friday, pretty big red days, kind of scary, but we look a little bit over. We found support at where we were supporting roughly over here not that long ago, and next day recovered that nasty red day all the way back. Next day halfway down, so support from the previous day we caught again. Then yesterday all the way back, and now we're kind of here and maybe the 60-70% range of this move. So it's an interesting spot given the long run up and what's happened, but in general this is bullish. But I mean, I could see the market wanting to come down in this area and just support it more before we go higher. But maybe the news catalysts will help it accelerate it, and we'll be right at all-time high again. And either rejecting off that, coming back down, or breaking out and going for a higher move. That's kind of what I see the market's on a higher time frame. I think it's important that we have some bias on the overall market, but we need to look at the short term as well, not just the long term, because we're day trading, we're not swing trading. But if you have the whole direction wrong of the market, you're fighting the market the whole time. So it's nice to be able to try to trade with the market. It'd probably be a little easier than trying to fight the market on every move. What do you guys think about that analysis of the market? Does that make it seem maybe a little less scary than it did, like it seemed a couple days ago? And not to say it wasn't scary at all, but sometimes when that doom comes in, we need to take a step back and be like, okay, what levels are we looking for? We're probably aiming to a level, and until we really start pushing past the level, like until we break that level, there's no real reason to get too crazy. And even then, pick the next level. Okay, we hit one level, but we're up how much on the year? Okay, maybe we break a couple levels. What's so wrong with that? So buying that VWAP is looking pretty good right now, up about 12 points from a VWAP buy. Look at Bookmap, see if we see anything there. So yeah, we don't see much orders really up here to really keep us down. Looks like we had a little double bottom here on a short time frame, and we're rejecting it, and we're getting good volume coming in for Asia at least to support this market higher, with some orders down here to help support us up that now just moved up as well. So this is looking good for a long, in my opinion. That being said, it doesn't look like the risk to reward of buying at VWAP to now is not the same. Now you're buying at 58 with the stop loss of VWAP, where if you bought at VWAP, or maybe even my target of 50, my support I had before at 52 with an ad strategy at VWAP, and then you averaged out, you took your risk off, you're in a better spot. But that's my strategy. Your strategy may not be to trade that way. Your strategy might be to wait for this support to form and hope it continues and take a set amount of profit. And that can work well as well. It can also be hard in Asia. Asia can be pretty tricky. As green and great as this looks right now, you know, we're still haven't gotten over this 66, 65. That could end up being a problem, and we could hit that, have trouble, and come back down, maybe break even lower. So just because this looks great right now doesn't mean it has to continue. And we need to be watching for those signs of those things right now. We're up 14-ish points. I mean, I could just take it off the table. It's a good trade still. A little red dot coming in. So yeah, that 64, 65 hit, and market said, okay, take a breather. And now we got to figure out what it's doing. It's not telling me like, oh, we got to sell it. Like, it's not telling me that, but it's also like, okay, I don't know. And that's normal. The market's not going to go in one way completely. It's going to have little pullbacks, and even on a strong movement up, having, getting to a level and slowing down, maybe coming back to an EMA or some sort of thing is fairly normal. But that also tells us it's not that strong where it's a parabolic move in one direction. So if you're really trying to get in right now, maybe you wait, you find an EMA or something that you like, and you put a buy order on that, because maybe it is a little more unrealistic to expect it to go right back to VWAP if you really think the market is going to continue long. And it could. Could roll over right here though. Maybe that was our little dip down, gather some support before our next move up. That's why these dips, as scary as they can be sometimes, they're really the things that are supporting a higher move up potentially. When we have these dips and we break, we go back, this is giving the market kind of a line of support, because now I can put a stop loss at 55 if it goes higher, and I can say, well, it's supported there. If we just come back down and it breaks it, or maybe we're breaking down then. So creating support's not always bad. It's more fun when it rockets in your direction. yeah, everything's looking good for a long. I mean, there's not a bad reason to sell. Like, you could sell here and be happy with it. I mean, it's 18-point move. That's pretty good. Um, and I'm getting close to the point where I want to. Like a 20-point move is pretty good. Especially for me at the point of the night. It's only 2 hours in, but I'm up 1500. I don't need to be taking unnecessary risk. I'm gonna see if I
Order
can't get
submitted.
filled at 62.5. Not asking for very much there. Looks like it might roll a little bit, go down. Probably not a lot, and it could just break out here too. But
Order filled.
take it off the table. What was that, like 18 points or something roughly? Um, Sometimes when you talk about things in points, it doesn't seem like a lot of money, but 18 times 20. Um, $360, I believe, minus fees. So let's say 355. That's a pretty good trade. Um, Pretty good trade. You know, made, what was that, over the course of about 15 minutes. 15 minutes made $355. Granted, there was plenty of time waiting for that, um, and whatnot, but even then, and if you want to say, well, you waited for a long time to make that $355, okay, I'll entertain it. Um, $1,500 in 2 hours and 10 minutes. Not very many people can make $750 an hour. And I know we can lose money too. This is a nice day, a good day. But I feel like, I'm sure some of y'all have been with me before and you've seen my moments where I'm a little more erratic um, with my trading. Maybe not for the best, but um, this slow, steady is, I think I'm pretty consistent when I do this. Keep the contract size a little bit smaller. Um, Not get too emotional in it. And really just take good trade setups and be patient for them. Um, Let me know if you guys are in any trades right now or what you guys are looking at. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then when I get back, I'll read y'all's chats. looks like we had a little push up. Very nice. Kipsick, I almost got smoked today. Going in too heavy this morning. Once in a while, that greedy demon on my shoulder wants to bet heavy. Yeah, I feel that. If I traded up in, pre-up in was a little bearish, and then to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, we moved up. I just didn't stay in the market for very long, so I don't know. I did trade a little bit to the long and did well. I'm not sure what your trade was exactly, though, and for how long it was. Yeah, but it wasn't for very long, and if you were, well, I guess it depends. Like I said, if you were how much size you had. So if you were in minis and you took multiple, yeah, that would have been rough. I was long too, but I did all right. Well, sometimes a little luck is good, but I'm glad it worked out for you. Well, we're at 74. Do we break out? Do we break 80 and go higher? Or do we get to 80 or close to 80 and reject? Pro Fast Guy is our momentum breakout trader. What do you say? What do we do? Tim Cook said 3 hours ago that Apple is expanding their U.S. commitment to $600 billion over the next 4 years. No. I heard $100 billion, but that might be why it gapped up so much after hours. Maybe the $100 billion was first. Maybe I read it wrong. Maybe it's $100 billion per year or something like that, or 100 something. Either way, a lot of money. 600 billion is even more. Old news at this point, though. He posted on his personal 3 hours ago. I mean, whether we knew it or not, the market saw it. Somebody saw it. The big people knew about it. We're just catching up. Bigger players already knew. Getting close to a potential breakout. We are almost at the breakout level of just over 80. 80 right now. 82. Technically we broke out. Will we hold? Will we hold and should we buy? Those are the questions. I don't know. Look, we're breaking out, but also a lot of orders there. But I think we break out. Kind of like to see those orders go away, but maybe they want to be filled. It is kind of a key level, right around 500. Versa, what's up, Nick? Hey, chillin'. A little trading. Decent night so far, 1500. I can't keep watching Darius guy posting on this Discord. SMH. Well, I haven't looked at it, but I've heard about it. 35 contracts. We were actually, I was doing the math at that. 3,500 contracts. A 7-point move against you, which is like a quick, like, scalp. So that could either work for you or against you really quick. It's like $4,900. $4,900 and the market only moved 7 points. And in a live account, I just don't see you like really getting filled at one price for 35 contracts. It just doesn't make sense. So it. He also never said he traded prop either. He said daddy's money. So that would mean that would suggest a live account. I don't. I don't know. I don't care. If people are trading 3,500, 35 contracts and they got hundreds of thousands in their account, I'm happy for them. But that would be the only way to do it somewhat safely, is to have a shit ton of money. Yeah, I think it's also just unnecessary. Like, especially like if I mean, I guess if like you're a successful day trader and like you've been trading for years and you like been gradually like increasing size, like that's one thing. But to go from like working at 9 to 5 and like within a few years being trading 35 contracts, like an order and one order entry, like no even DCA involved in it, like that's wow. Um, I don't remember exactly what a Nasdaq contract's worth right now, but it's probably actually getting close to 300,000 a contract. And actual like if you were to convert it to like uh, shares of stock, but we'll just say 250,000 for the sake of being nice. Times 35 contracts. It's essentially almost equivalent to trading $9 million of stock. Like that's insane. Yeah, please do. I was looking at some of that stuff like earlier. Like if I was to take my good entry here, would it have been feasible? And sometimes to get really filled at one price, no, probably not. Maybe in a bigger market like the New York or something, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be an argument where no one truly wins. If you say he is a liar, you're just saying you're mad that he's making money, and you're jealous. It's gonna be how it comes off. Um, or he's gonna say it's a sim account, or not a sim account, like a funded account. But what funded non-live account is giving you 35 contracts? There's not very many. I think I know of one that maybe does that for him. That can do that for you. Um, but I only know of one, and it's like a $1,000 account per month. Um, and yeah, and even when they still transition you to live, to my knowledge. So um, you're only going to be able to make 100K days and stuff for so long before they kick you off that because they don't want to pay you $100,000, rightfully so, on sim where they made nothing. I'm happy for him. I am too. And it's just hard. Like, I don't want to be bashful or anything. Do you think we break 500? Probably, yeah. Um, we got break through this 94. There was about this good amount of orders there. So probably. Let's try to buy one
Order
here.
filled.
No, not right now. I don't know if I want to short this. I think you could short it, but our last our last high was 80. We're at 90 right now. Um, if we're going into a gamma squeeze breakout, we probably push 500 and go up. So maybe off the next breakout would be a better short. Given the positive news, I'm not trying to short right here. No. It's pretty strong. I did short earlier on the day, but it was in a different spot. And this could roll all the way back over down to 50. I mean, it's possible. We are buying at the higher end of the range, which I don't love. But Profast guy, a standard E-mini NASDAQ 100 futures contract is worth 20 times the NASDAQ 100 index value, according to Cap Trader example. And the NASDAQ 100 is at 15,000. The contract value is 300,000. Yeah, that's roughly what I thought. It used to be more around 250, but since the market's gone up, it's worth even more. So 300,000. So 20 times. So today that would be 469, 820 roughly at the current. Oh, so even more. That's crazy. I'm just gonna say 465 to keep the numbers in check. Times 35 contracts. That's $16.2 million, essentially. Like, that's, when you look at it, like what you're actually like trading and what it represents, that's what you're representing in actual like dollar amount of shares of stock. Why would you? We do not need to trade with that much money to make good money. Like, you're taking an absurd amount of risk. And that's how you blow up. Unless you have in a huge account, that's how you blow up. You keep doing that shit, eventually you blow up. If it's even real. Is leverage would be with margin? Wow. But still is nuts. If he had to settle that, shake my head, yeah. That makes me sick. Sheesh. I think 2 minis is too much, lol. I mean, depends on the account size, I would say. For a 50k account, it probably is. You probably shouldn't be in minis to begin with. Also, it depends on the trade setup and where am I adding potentially, and where am I trimming, and I don't know. And your drawdown depends on your risk tolerance. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna go back to my life of trying to make $200 a day, LMAO. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you can make $200 a day consistently, what's wrong with that? And then you can do that, and maybe you try to throw another account in there. Okay, now you're at 400. You do that for a while, and then you do a third account, 600, and there's enough firms and whatnot to get to a very large amount of accounts. Like, you could definitely like develop a simple strategy of just finding the best way to make $200 a day and grow it to be making thousands per day, just because you do it on 20 accounts or whatever, a large number. What is 20 times 200 is what would that be, 4,000? Yeah, I think 4,000. So if you had 20 accounts and you could make $200 on one, and you copy trade, that's 4,000. You know what my goals are. I feel my goals are at least realistic without drastic measures. Yeah. Yep, compounding the accounts. Yeah, I mean, like, and that's like my thought too. Is like when he said, when I heard 35 contracts, like 35 contracts in one account. Like if it was across, like if it was 35 contracts across 35 accounts, I'd be like, oh, like that's a lot of contracts, but per account, I mean, it's pretty small, or it's like in line, like it's not abnormal, like, but 35 contracts, one account, and I have a lot of questions I'm not gonna ask, like, do you have room to buy any more contracts? Do you DCA? Like, because sometimes the reality is like the kind of my buying support this last time at 52. That was a good, like, I don't know if I would really care if anybody disagreed. Like that was a good buying setup at 52. Yeah, we did go to VWAP at 45, and that was my. I already had a target buy there if that happened, and I knew it could happen. But we also very well could have just got to 52, re- rejected that low like the previous time, and went up. And by not taking the 52, you would have potentially lost out on a good trade. And that's okay. So having like wiggle room in your trade setup as a whole for the trade is important sometimes. Like throwing 100% of your account in is crazy. Looks like we're about to break 500. Maybe. I'm scared. I kind of want to close. I want to close Versa. Ooh, yeah. Should have closed. Was a perfect buy. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, like they were good. Like my opinion was a good buy. I was patient. Could have bought a lot earlier. Would have been not as logical. Um, and yeah, don't ever go in first buy max bet. Yeah, I mean that's just why. I mean, yeah, that's just wild. But still a good trade. Yeah, still up. I mean, that's fine. I don't really like that big red circle. Ooh. Take it off.
Order
4
filled.
points. Should have took it off earlier. But probably is by the dip, but I really don't want to fuck around and find out. I'd rather buy back again lower. Are you guys in any trades whatsoever right now? One interesting thing to note, I'm up 900 so far and don't want to play around in this area. Yeah, that's kind of where I was too. Like, I'm up a good chunk of change right now. Like, is it really worth fucking around? And once this loads, gold just broke out too. Um, I don't know if that's a pretty good high. I mean, it's not the high on the year, but I mean, like gold's breaking out. Not that they can't both go up at the same time. I'm not trying to say that, but that's a reason maybe to say, okay, let me take a step back. Why is gold pumping? Um, and yeah, it rejected, but I don't know. Might be pretty bullish. I mean, this is pretty. I mean, just one red candle. I mean, that's not too crazy on a 5 minute. A gold trade sounds good. Yeah, I don't really trade much gold, so I don't know. Yeah, usually gold goes up, NQ goes down. Yeah, like typically, not always though. So, and gold did reject, so I mean, there's that for a positive. But who's to say? Uh, let's go back to Nasdaq. I won't. Nah, I would say this not really a rejection yet. So I guess the gold rejecting the high maybe is bullish for Nasdaq. Or maybe it just doesn't matter tonight, because some nights it seems like it just doesn't matter. They just both do what they want. Together, opposite, whatever. But Nasdaq could go down lower here. There's orders at 90 to 85. If those either go away or get filled, we could go lower. Maybe we go lower before we target higher. I would think we would break the 500 before we go lower, but I don't know. Damn, gold can't seem to get past those 40s. Yeah, gold is I mean, a lot of times gold, from what I hear, is a clean mover. Like it doesn't when it goes down, it just goes down. Like it doesn't retrace. You're not gonna have as much retracement back up and down in the candle as much as say um, the indexes would, like ES or Nasdaq, especially. Apparently, I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that it kind of makes its move, and it doesn't have a lot of a retracement within the move, like the equities can, which is good and bad, if that's true. I might be wrong. Maybe Versa would be better to answer that question. I know you trade it more, certainly more than I do. I have before, but not really. But certainly looks like a push back to at least VWAP. Looks like Versa agrees. He said it's true, and it seems to respect trend lines better as well. Yeah, I've also heard that. So, depending what type of trader you are, though, that sort of environment's gonna help or hurt you a lot. If you're trading trend or something, it's probably more beneficial to you. But if you're maybe a scalper or something, it might hurt you because you're not getting those price action wicks and stuff for your things to fill. here's the 1 minute, which kind of shows you that it's not wicking much. Whenever, I mean, yeah, we have green candles within these red, but they're small. They're small and not super meaningful. So up here there was a little bit more chop before it started making a decision down, it looks like. And then now maybe down here as we're getting into a level of support, we might have bigger candles again. But all in here, I mean, there was nothing. Like, if you were buying and trying to get out, you probably couldn't. Oh, Darius likes a rocket scooter apparently. Um, Case up. Do they promote buying 35 contracts in Rocket Scooter? I certainly don't think they do. It goes against everything you do. Or is that Rocket Scooter with a Darius approach? I not pay attention. Maybe he is just using like Rocket Scooter levels and stuff. I'll say some of his levels are like, I understand, like I get it, and like they seem logical. I just, it's like the size of the contracts is what's like really throwing me off. Looks like we just broke out past 500.
Order submitted.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought too. I was just like, fuck, I kind of wish I was in there for that break of 500, but at the same time, do you really want to just market buy it? I don't know. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna get my dinner out of that air fryer.
Order filled.
Ooh, looks like my order got filled. That's fine. Now we wait and watch. Yeah, I'm trying to eat healthy. As I put ranch on my plate. Ooh, too much ranch too. Oh well. Kispec 2001. You're probably eating poutine again. Poutine or whatever it's called.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
See if we can't DCA in and out of this. Looks like we're gonna be able to, most likely.
Order filled.
Alright, so DCA it out, back to one contract. Essentially, the price is $85.25, I believe. Yeah. Is the green. Not that this trade is over, but another example how patience pays. Like, over here, when market was gapping up, we executed discipline, and I said, I don't know. For one, when I saw it, it already wicked down. It didn't look like it was a clean break. Like, let's wait for a pullback. A little, even if it's just 10 points. Better entry. And now we can kind of watch, we can play DCA game, or maybe we start to move upward again. Or we just get out. Fast guy. I use Skinny Girl Fat Free Sugar Free Ranch. I like that brand actually. I don't know if I've ever had the ranch though. Is it good? They have a poppy seed dressing I like for salad. I forget his name, but where's Wedge Man? Is Wedge Guy here? What's his name? Anybody remember his name? I'll know it when I see it. Oh, good old Asia. Feel free to eat your dinner during Asia, because you're going to get bored. I like the poppy seed. I like them all. I also have right now Maple Grove Farm sugar-free, fat-free balsamic vinaigrette. I use a lot of dressing though out of the week, so I am going to look. What? I use a lot of dressing throughout the week, so I am going to look into trying to make homemade this weekend because expensive to buy store-bought. Well, let me know how that goes. Well, the problem is a lot of these things that make them taste good is like artificial stuff, I think. So, and like sucralose and stuff like that. So I don't know how you'd make it homemade. And I agree. A lot of these, the healthy ones, they are expensive. And you don't get very much. It's like a double ripoff. But it's low calorie, so the price you pay. I mean, 2.5's not too bad, but it's still a small bottle, 8 ounces. Like, you think about like what a Hidden Valley thing a ranch costs, and like yeah, it might be $7, but it's like fucking huge. But it makes sense. It's expensive to be healthy and skinny. It's cheap to be unhealthy and fat. So to a point, I don't completely agree with that statement. Chicken breast and broccoli is pretty cheap, and that's healthy. Well, got a little pop up there, and it looked like it kind of rejected it. So yeah. Solo Hunter, I got confused and I thought we were shorting the 3500 level, but it worked out anyways. 3500. I mean, you can. Pro Fast Guy, you don't sound like you overweight. Why are you trying to lose more weight? You said like 155 or something, and you're like not tall, so that's like a good weight. Don't get too carried away. You're gonna lose all your little muscles. You're gonna lose all your little muscles. But you do you. Yeah, 8-pack, whatever. 6-pack, good enough. Um, Meh. Just do more abs. You ain't gotta lose all. Ain't no one wanna be with a complete twig. Well, somebody do, but. Okay, I'm gonna take
Order
it.
filled.
We could very well push, but there's a lot of resistance up there. We probably at least go back down, in my opinion, maybe to the 80s. Maybe not, but I'm taking the 6 points. I don't care. It's only 6 points, I know, but again, 60 points, $120. Not bad. I'm full. Good old chicken and broccoli. Yum yum. Get you some. Looks like it maybe is gonna break out. And this is the hard thing about trading, because now it's like I want to buy, and it could be a good buy, but I just got out. So I don't know if that's really smart to be back in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I try to not do that. You said chicken strips and fries wrong? LOL. I mean, no. Go ahead. But I'm gonna eat my broccoli and my chicken. And Profast Guy and I gonna lose 10 pounds apparently. Because that dinner ain't very many calories. That's all I know. Worst thing was the ranch, and I didn't use the majority of it because I put too much on. Alright. See you in a bit. Looks like we just broke through that 95. Now we're back down to 94. Hard to say. Big-ish candle. Now it's looking short, so I'm glad I executed my judgment of not buying at 95 after I recently sold like at 93. Like, I'm not gonna put Tiger's Discord on my YouTube. I don't think you'd mind, but just out of respect. Dope. Ooh, that would actually be fun. I was thinking maybe Sunday, if Tiger's down, we could do a mutual live stream. Maybe it'd be fun to have like one of y'all as well, or some other good trader. Maybe Darius. I want to trade. I want to talk with 35 Lock Darius. What y'all think? Sunday night. Myself, Tiger, and Darius go live. $35 contract Darius. Okay, that looks good. I think that's Brussels sprouts and broccoli. Or maybe it's just Brussels. No, it's just Brussels sprouts, I think. Some chicken. And some plain rice. Looks good with a body armor, skinny girl, and lettuce. Yes. Okay. Let's tell let's ask oh, ground turkey. Okay, yeah, I could see that. It was kinda hard to tell. Alright, I'm gonna ask Tiger. Sending it right now. I said, Stock Tiger, you want to live stream Sunday night opening bell? And then Mr. Darius, 35 lot, would like you there too if you're down. See what we get back, guys. Let's see what we get back. Ooh. I just was gonna see what Stock Tiger got going on. Looked like he. Well, I don't know. Looked like he was break even on his trade. I don't know. Hard to tell. He was in between streams. Not sure what he's doing, to be honest. Short one, I think. Which I actually kind of agreed with that short. But now it's like right back into support. Like now he just bounced probably.
Order
And
submitted.
let's try to
Order
get
filled.
86 to. I got. Ooh. Maybe we keep going down. I don't know. Could see
Order
86
submitted.
to 94 happening.
Order submitted.
Quite a bit of orders down here, so that could support the market back up. We shall see. If y'all want to see Stock Tiger and Darius, make sure you let Tiger know on his Discord. Perfect Play. Good evening, Nick. Hi, all. Hey, Perfect Play. How you doing tonight? You're just joining in. Catch you up real quick. So, started the night off kind of red. I was expecting the market to gap up initially. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. That didn't exactly happen. Well, it did gap up, but then it was like instant rejection, pushed down. Kind of makes sense. You fill a gap. We went short. We continued short. I averaged that, DCA'd, then got that all back. Went long. Well, it was long. I sold at the 79 roughly. And then bought back at, no, not 79, 59. Sold at 59. Then bought back at 52. Got like an 8-point move on that. And then 52 to like 60 roughly. And then there was a short for about 8 points. And then I longed. And then, yeah, now it's just choppy stuff. But yeah, been a good night overall. Started in the red. Got it back, thankfully. And really not looking for anything huge at this point. Just little choppy trades unless something comes up, which I feel like we could break out to the long side at some point, given the news, where we're at in the market. But yeah, not expecting a huge move up either. But maybe eventually that's what we get. Might take a while though. You in any trades yet tonight? Perfect play. August, lol. I mean, yeah, but just because like August is supposed to be what's it called? No waiting. Just because they say August can be is statistically bearish or like that doesn't mean we have to be. Um, it doesn't mean we won't end up being. It doesn't end. It don't mean a lot of things. Um, it means it might be that way. It's more maybe slightly like more likely that happens. Just like when you see a bullish pattern and it doesn't work out. Well, the odds were in the favor of it being bullish statistically off the pattern, of course, but it doesn't always happen. So same with August. It might be statistically um, a red month, but doesn't mean it's going to happen. And it also doesn't mean we don't turn red and go green and then just retrace it all back at the end of the month, maybe. Who knows? I had a super day, just volumes are down. I didn't really look at volumes. I don't think so, actually. I think I disagree.
Order filled.
Volume actually not bad.
Order submitted.
On the daily, anyways. Those two red candles we had Thursday and Friday, of course, the volume was bigger. That makes sense for a bearish. But volume was in line. I mean, wasn't remarkable. I agree with that. It wasn't like anything out of the normal, but it was not like they were like way beneath like some statistical like mean average or anything. Like it was normal. A return to normal volume is actually probably supports a market going up. Normally, when markets have a lot of volume, they're erratic or just bearish. So I think a normal level of volume, especially since we're not breaking out, is great. I make a market in the option markets and it was horrible volume. Oh, well, with options maybe it's a little different. Pro fast guy, if it's bearish then play the shorts. Just play the shorts and play the long. You're trying to tell me that I need to stop, I need to get out of my long and go short? Maybe. Everyone on the beach, ha ha ha. That sounds nice. Not I, though. I'm at work. Send me to the beach, though. Please. Me either. Oh. No, I've never traded on
Order
Iron
filled.
Beam. I've heard of it. I don't know anything about it. If you have like a good video on it or something, like post it in Discord, that'd be interesting for people to maybe look at. But or maybe even like screenshots or something of it. But I don't know anything of it. I've just feel like I've heard of it in YouTube ads, and that's it. Do you guys like Iron Beam? And what is maybe like the things that you like about it and the things you don't like about it? No, if the month of August is red, then just look for the shorts. Like everyone says, I don't trade in August, or I don't trade much. Why? Just play the red if the month is red. I don't understand. I may be getting a free demo account. Oh, okay, nice. Get me a free one too, please. Um, no, I agree. Like, just trade the market. Like, and if you really are like, you can really only like, if you really think you can only trade long, like some people really, whatever reason, like they just can't grasp the opposite. Like, I know we've talked about it before, and like, I'm not gonna understand why you can't. Like, it doesn't make sense to me, but in theory, like, you go back to Thursday, Friday, you look at key levels, maybe um, in like 1 hour and 4 hour candles, supports and stuff like that, and you could find some good areas to enter, even on a bloody day, and walk away pretty decent if you don't oversize. Um, or or you just don't trade, I guess. But even in a bearish day, you can find nice long setups typically. But if you're that confident it's going down to that level, and you maybe should just you're maybe working harder by not taking the short and waiting that perfectly for the long. You'll really like it, Profast. Well, sounds like you like it. Perfect play. What do you like about it? Ooh, Doc Tiger typing. Maybe he responding to me. Maybe not. He maybe just ignore me. It's simplicity. Okay. Getting a little push up here. Very nice. Very nice. Short here. Evan 79. Shorts here? Question mark. What's your logic or thought on that? Um, um, mm, oh, Tiger wants to trade during New York. Yeah, I don't. That don't really work for me, brother. Ooh, well. I don't know. I think at this moment there's more upside room, at least to like where my take profit was in like the mid 90s, right? Like where we start this order book gets a little heavier, and we have more resistance. But down here, there's fairly good support and a fair bit of orders, Evan. So I mean, like, if you are gonna short it, I guess I would personally wait a little, try to get a better entry, a little higher. Um, but there is kind of like this wedge pattern or whatever pattern. So there's that to note, I guess. I don't know if y'all can see my lines. Tom Tex 5. Hey everyone. Hey, how's it going? Any trades tonight so far? But yeah, maybe we're kind of, maybe that would be the short entry off of this, but a descending wedge, not that this is drawn very nice, and wouldn't really say to draw off of Bookmap is the best. Descending wedge is inherently typically bullish. You just have to wait for it to break out. Because keep in mind, we're going slightly lower, but not much, and it's really just an accumulation for the buyers to buy up down here, and really not that much sellers on the long side. It's just buyers buying, and then whenever they move it up, they can rip. None for me. I trade regular hours, but always watching, trying to learn. Very good. Nice. Cool. Well, hopefully you can learn something. Most of my trades, for the night are pretty, I would say, done at this point. I'm just kind of scalping at this point, not looking for anything too crazy. Maybe I get a big move, but the market kind of already had that, and I don't know when we're going to get that again. So I guess, Evan, based off this, there could be a short here because we're in like kind of the high of this pattern forming, but I guess you have to ask yourself, just because we have this currently doesn't mean we don't go back to this level right away. This level, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I would be like super duper happy like short here. It could work, but maybe if like all the orders on the book map on the buy side went away, I'd be a little bit more bearish, but right now it just looks like they're trying to accumulate probably. VWAP's all the way down at 23,458. So I follow trend super easy that way. I mean, yeah, you can follow trend, but like you could have bought at 23,500, and now we're at 23,85 roughly, and you're 15 points down, but you're trend trading. And I mean, someone could argue that we are trending down now. I probably don't think they'd have a very good argument personally, but I mean, lower high, lower low, lower low, maybe. Um, so yeah, maybe we are. Maybe it is a short, and now maybe we're breaking down.
Order submitted.
I like how it kind of did go down, and it kind of was like, oh hell no, it rejected back. I think that's like kind of a bullish thing. I kind of did something similar last night, different pattern, but like it kept doing something similar where it was dipping lower slightly, but it rejected pretty strong off of it every time. That's why no trade for me just yet. I can't tell. Yeah, I feel that. I'm just trying to keep the size small. Like I'm not like double contracting it in and doing anything too rash. Just the hard thing in the market in general. Typically, when a good setup does happen, sometimes it happens so quick. There's no real like good entry to get in, so we kind of get like sometimes you have to just see a trend and you can make a prediction and play off of it, because if you just wait for it to break out like now or over trend, like I'm about to take profit, but this could be someone buying right here, and regardless of whether my order filled or not, we could reject this and go right back down very easily. So
Order filled.
I actually don't think we reject this and go right back down. This is a that um, push down here, and that instant like rejection from it was pretty. I liked that, like I was talking about, like that seemed pretty like strong, and we broke trend line basically straight up, no real pullback or choppiness. Like that's a nice move. This could break out to an all new a high of the day.
Order canceled.
Um, but I'm not gonna buy it. Like I took my I took it off there. I'm up almost 1900 in this account now. I'm not gonna chase it. Nice pro fast guy, nice little pop. Yep. And like if you were to short it, like roughly here could be like an opportunity. Um, more of the price level, not so much off of the reaction here. But if you were like really have a mindset of this level not holding, it could still go down regardless of how strong this was. Um, but I would like this level better than like the high 80s that you were talking about it at. Um, Here we're at a point where like you could set a stop loss of 10 points and just take the L if we just rip higher. Or now, as we're approaching the high of the day, you could also have a nice stop loss if you do it to enter short. But I don't really see that being a good trade. Like, this is pretty strong. This looks really strong. Like, this is so strong. If I was Darius, I'm buying 35 lot with no hindsight. Yep, we are gonna break out. Most likely. And then just adding to the 500, we have that good bit of buyers just there, I guess, holding and supporting the market up. So. I mean, it depends on your trading style. Profast guy, too far extended from the EMAs. Gotta wait for me to get another entry. I mean, I guess if you use EMAs as like a key part of your trading strategy, like with stop losses and stuff, like then yeah, then you maybe have to. But yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, Evan. Like personally, I didn't really see it, but what I did see is that level wasn't a good level to too short, um, and that you should wait it for a better level, and that probably would have been before now, and you probably would have you'd be getting stopped out probably now, roughly. Because now we're about to get to a squeeze, and we get that little uh, gamma push of all the short closing their positions, and when you close a short position, you buy a long. So that inherently creates a gamma squeeze even higher. So that's why like we are saying like 23,500 was the resistance. Okay, well what's the stop going to be above that? Maybe 2310, 15. We get to those levels, now we get a gamma squeeze up maybe to 20. Maybe 20 would be a better short then. And I'm making these numbers up, but that's maybe a thought process of how to think, where to short in this bullish market. And then within that sort of mindset, you need to be rational with how much you're looking for, because you're fighting the market when you're shorting a bull market. Probably not the best thing to do, but I'm sure you could do it. Well, you can do it. I just don't know if I encourage it. But I'm not a financial advisor, and you trade at your own risk. And this is for entertainment purposes only. Yeah, I didn't go in, luckily. It was too risky. Yeah, I mean, there was like ways to manage risk. Like you didn't have to take like a 40-point stop loss for it to work, but um, I'll be honest, I didn't like it. And maybe now, like, we got that support, or we go up and now we're turning over a little bit. Like, now's maybe the time to go short. And I'm not saying you should. You don't see me clicking short. But maybe now this presents some sort of breakdown opportunity and a better uh, risk to reward. We see it. We broke a new high. Now we're turning over. Stop loss at 15 or something like that. 10, I don't know. But there's still a good chance that we just fill those orders, market, grab liquidity, support to the long side, and now we rip, and you just keep ripping higher. That could keep happening too. And that's what you'll fight with, trying to short a bullish market, is that every time it's a dip, sometimes it's just buyers getting in, and that will then push the market up. But I think this market could curl down a little bit. I don't know what my price target would be if I was a short entry here. I guess if you're risking 15 points from like a trading standpoint, you probably should be trying to make 15 points. But not everyone do 1-for-1. You could have it even a worse. You could have like a 1 to 2, and if you have a good win rate, that might be okay. Damn, it's pumping. Yeah, I didn't go unluckily. It was too risky. You ever trade gold? Not really. I do watch it, so I've been watching it more recently. So maybe the more I watch it, I'll see kind of its price action and things like that more, and I'll get tempted to. But yeah, typically no, I don't trade gold. Oh, excuse me. Perfect play. I'm tired. I've been hustling all day long. And that's exactly what I'm talking about now, that even though it looked like it was rolling over, now it looks like it's going right back to target the high. And if it doesn't roll over here, we're breaking out. EST, East Coast. Oh. Nice. This is kind of the hard part with these markets when they're at these levels, is that part of you doesn't want to buy even though there's a good chance we keep pushing higher because we know we're buying pretty high. So there's that thought, buy high, sell higher. Like, that's fine, but like we're also taking that risk of buying high if the market starts tanking. We know it just being this high on the day, session, whatever, we could come down a ways as well. Up 0.36% since close or open, however you want to look at it. Like, it's not a crazy amount, but that's 84 points on NASDAQ. Uh, that's a lot of money. 80 some points. Even on one contract, that's a lot. Um, $84 times 20 is $1,600, $1,700. Um, and that's only assuming a move back to the market not being down. If you were to take the move to the market from its low today, it's even more. Or on this session, we took it from today, like yesterday, it's a lot more lower. So like, naturally being at the highs, there's some reason to be anxious to buy up here, understandably. Hey, Abram. Doing well. Just kind of chilling. Not in any trades at the moment. Uh, just under $1,900 in this account tonight. Started off red. Ended up getting green. Kind of my trend the last couple days is starting red and going green. Don't want to make a habit of it, but that's probably part of the problem with trading opening bell, is that like you trade at 6 o'clock when it opens. I mean, it's one of those things that either works for you or it doesn't. So I maybe need to revise how and if I even do that in the future. Uh, and did this mistake again. Entered 5 mini instead of 5 micro. Oof. LOL. Got saved at 100. If I held, that was 3,000. So it would have, if you would have held, you would have got to like 3,000. Well, too bad you didn't held, but like you should have never have bought the 5 mini. So it's a good thing you just got out. Yeah, I mean that's, I don't know, 10 times the, right? 10, I don't know, like roughly 10, I think it's 10. Like, I'm not mathing well right now. 10 times the amount you wanted, so like, yeah, naturally, especially if it's during New York, that's a lot of volatility for 5 mini. And on a funded, yeah, and you're like, shit, this doesn't work out. I lose an account that I paid money to get, and that's working out finally. Um, Evan, maybe this as a short. No, I mean again, but who knows? Like, this starts to roll over. You got orders up here. Potentially get some sort of wick down. I just wouldn't look like if I was shorting this market, I probably would be looking for like short, uh, pretty like short time frames to be short. Not, I don't think I'd want to be holding short tonight. Or if I did, I would find like a level on a higher time frame that I thought the market was targeting to like maybe put a micro contract in or two and put a big stop loss on it and see if it works. But um, well, I think we're gonna stay on until 10 o'clock, but I think at 10 o'clock I'm gonna dip, guys. So if you guys have any last minute questions or things you want me to go over or look at, let me know. We can do that real quick, but then I'm gonna log off. It's 10 o'clock almost, and I'm getting tired. As you see, I've yawned several times in the last 15 minutes. Oh, hey Versa. I was just telling everybody I'm gonna be logging off probably at 10. Just kind of tired tonight. But with that being said, if there's anything anybody wants me to look at real quick, I'm down to look at something. Um, and if I can't sleep, I'll be on Discord in a little bit, but I think I'm going to try to sleep. Okay, I ended up at the bar. Of course you did. But good for you. Yeah, no worries, Perfect Play. Thanks for coming out. Always nice to have you. Um, yeah, unemployment claims today. Okay, we can look at it. So for y'all that missed probably earlier, this was Google's AI. I'll get to what you're asking, Abram, but since this was right here, um, I asked AI why the market was going up, and it actually came up with like some pretty good stuff. It came with the Apple tariff, gas prices, whatever. It went through everything, but um, I went through other firms, Microsoft, Nvidia, saw gains, continued demand for AI, cloud computing. I guess uh, McDonald's reported strong second quarter results, announced expansion plans. So it told me a variety of things of that could support why the market's going up. So kind of interesting. Might be something I look at more to see like if it just like always finds something to support what you're asking, or if it just like today's actually there's a lot of news to support and it makes sense. Um, so I might check out this AI thing more often. Uh, Not that I'm going to trade off of it, but it, you know, we'll look at it, and from there we can see if it's useful or not. The more we look at something, yeah, it was good info, and it found it really quick too. And that most of that stuff was from today. It's not old, so um, just seeing what's going on like in the world and like whatnot is important. So No, I have not asked it for levels Versa. We can look at that in a second. Today, unemployment. I thought unemployment was the other day, but yeah, I think unemployment was the other day. Ibram, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, it would be good to see on a practice account. Like I don't know if or with a micro. Yeah, like you wouldn't want to full port it or some anything crazy, especially at first. Like, well, I don't ever recommend full porting, but you definitely want like an extra small size when you're just trying it. No, it's today on Forex Factory. Well, the news releases should be. Um, it's probably tomorrow. Yeah, it's tomorrow at 8:30 EST. Initial jobless claims. Um, so 1 hour before the market opens. I don't really have any like. It's hard to say. Like, yeah, it's gonna move the market. I don't. I have no predictions. Like on. Oh damn, sorry, my time zone. It's already Thursday. Oh no worries. Yeah. But yeah, I don't really know what to say except that it's tomorrow at 8:30 and the market could move from it. And it's one of those things you don't want it like a lot of times with these numbers you don't want it to be too good because then it's like the if the economy is super good, why would they lower interest rates? And then it's like the opposite. You don't want it to be bad because you don't want the economy to be so bad where we're gonna go into recession. So sometimes with these numbers, like you just want them like you want them in a zone. You don't want them to be too good. You don't want them to be too bad. Um, that's what I'll say about like stuff like that. Sometimes you don't want a really good number, but then the opposite is you don't want a really bad number. Like you kind of want like an expected number. Uh, speaks at 10. Yeah, Bostick speaks at 10. I mean, I don't know. It could move the market a little bit, but these people speak all the time. I've never watched most of them. I only listen to the big dude talk. Um, I tried to find them where to listen to them before, and I had a hard time finding it, so I just said fuck it. But yeah, it's something to look at. I mean, this thing says 2 stars, so like some volatility could happen, but I had a hard time believing they'll say anything that will do anything too crazy. Normally, it doesn't. Um, I also don't trade New York so very often, so maybe I'm clueless. Yesterday's PMI number blew right through my stop and blew my take profit trader account. Well, yeah, the lesson to learn on that Versa is that maybe it's best not to be in a trade during news, especially jobless claims. That's a uh, or PMI. I mean PMI jobless claims. Some of the bigger CPIs, FOMCs. Like even if the news is allowed to be traded, uh, you probably shouldn't. I know I forgot about it. SMH. Yeah. So I mean, it happens. Um, and that's like those strategies where we saw, and I'm not gonna say where, but Versa, I know you know, where it was like on news, like have buy 10 contracts, in one direction and pass in one day. Like, okay, that's I mean, a great strategy when it works, but like, how many times won't that work too? How many times you like the market doesn't always like. Sometimes the news, yes, it does go just straight one direction, but a lot of times it is choppy too. It's just it's huge moves and erratic, and that's the perfect environment to get chopped up, especially if it's end of day or intraday drawdown. Like, oof, I don't know why you'd like really want to trade news. Like, it's gambling. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I was only 600 away from passing on day 5. Ooh, that sucks, Versa. Yeah, that's hard. Um, but you got it. You can do it again. It's just small setback. That sucks though. Don't drink your tears away tonight though. It'd be alright. Yeah, well, that's good. Um, all right, guys. Well, I'm gonna log off. Thanks for coming here, trading. It was been a lot of fun. Be back tomorrow. Yeah, be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. Um, like and subscribe if you haven't. Have a good night.